Hey friend, tonight we're drifting far, beyond the glowing buzz of city lights, past the quiet pull of the moon, and well beyond Saturn's icy rings. We're headed somewhere darker, quieter, and much, much stranger. We're diving into the mysterious realm of black holes, those silent cosmic giants that don't roar, don't glow, yet somehow pull in stars, light, and even our imaginations. What are they? Where do they come from? And why do they feel like the universe's most whispered ghost story? Before we venture into this deep and shadowy place, go ahead and tap that like button. But only if this calm little corner of the cosmos feels like home. And in the comments, I'd love to know, what time is it for you? And where in this wide, beautiful universe are you listening from? Now's the time to get cozy. Dim the lights. Turn your screen brightness down. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft, soothing hum. Wrap yourself in a warm blanket. Let your breath slow and your thoughts soften. And with that, let's begin our slow journey into the most mysterious places in space. Picture this. You're drifting in space, surrounded by stars. Everything feels peaceful, endless. A calm so complete it feels like time itself has stopped. You're floating gently, weightless, as the galaxy spins lazily around you. Stars twinkle like distant candle flames. Nebulae swirl like painted clouds. You could almost forget that danger could exist out here. And then, ahead of you, something strange, an invisible pull, a bending of the starlight, like space itself is being quietly swallowed. That is a black hole. But the name is a bit misleading. It's not a hole. Not really. There's no tunnel, no exit on the other side. A black hole is more like a trap. A place where gravity has gone so wild, so intense, that nothing, not even light, can escape. It is not a presence that announces itself with sound or color. It does not rage. It simply exists. Perfectly still, perfectly patient. So how do these cosmic beasts form? They begin life as stars, big ones, giants really, massive celestial furnaces, dozens of times larger than our sun. And like all stars, they shine because of a delicate balance, gravity pulling in, nuclear fusion pushing out. It's a battle between collapse and explosion, always in motion, always in tension. But eventually, that balance breaks, the fuel runs out, the fusion stops, and when it does, gravity wins. The star collapses under its own immense weight. The collapse is total, so total, in fact, that the star's core gets squeezed into a single point, a singularity, where the density becomes infinite, and physics as we know it breaks down. It's not just small, it's a concept more than a thing. Surrounding that is the event horizon, the point of no return. Cross it, and you're gone. No signals out, no messages back. Just silence. And here's the strange thing. You could pass by a black hole and never know it. It doesn't emit light. It doesn't glow. The only sign it's there is the eerie way it warps the space around it, and the way it holds on, tightly, to anything that strays too close. It's like the universe's most patient predator. Waiting. Quiet. Eternal. But it's not malicious. It doesn't seek. It doesn't chase. It simply is. And maybe that's the most unsettling part. Not because it threatens, but because it waits so quietly. You forget it's there, until it reminds you, with nothing but a bend in the light and a silence too deep to measure. Imagine you're floating just outside a black hole. It's not noisy. It doesn't hiss or growl. In fact, it doesn't make a sound at all. Because space, as it turns out, is profoundly silent. There is no air for sound to travel through, no atmosphere to carry the weight of a voice, or the scream of a star being torn apart. It's quiet in the truest, deepest way imaginable. And yet, black holes have a presence, a gravity not just of mass, but of mood, a weight, not just in the scientific sense, but in the way they seem to pull at your thoughts. The silence isn't empty. It's dense, like standing in a cathedral alone, the kind of stillness that makes you aware of your own breath, your heartbeat, the passing of time. Astronomers can't hear black holes, but they can listen to their echoes. When gas and dust spiral into the abyss, they don't go quietly. That material compresses, heats up, and glows with radiation, especially in X-rays. These emissions are invisible to human eyes, but picked up by specialized space telescopes. It's how we see the unseen. We don't hear black holes directly. We hear the space around them scream just before it goes silent. And then it vanishes. The last trace of matter gone. The glowing dust stripped from time itself. There's something spiritual in that, something almost sacred, a place where matter disappears, where time distorts, where even light gives up. It's as if the universe itself bows its head. Black holes don't need to roar to be frightening. They're quiet. Their calm is more than enough. Because sometimes, silence is the sound. It tells you where the rules end, where mystery begins, and maybe, just maybe, where the secrets are kept. So if you ever find yourself wondering what the universe sounds like, remember this moment, this stillness, this hush, and know that its deepest mysteries are completely, perfectly quiet. And somehow, that silence says more than words ever could. Now we drift into something even weirder. Black holes don't just swallow matter. They play with time. Here at the edge of a black hole, just outside the event horizon, the rules begin to shift. Not all at once, not dramatically, but subtly. Like the world tilting ever so slightly while you try to walk in a straight line. Imagine you're floating there, suspended like a feather in a breeze. You glance at your watch. It's ticking. 1 second, then another. Everything feels normal. But to someone far away, maybe watching from a spaceship in a distant orbit, you don't look normal at all. To them, your movement's slow. Your fall becomes syrupy, like time itself is being poured instead of passed. From their perspective, you never cross the threshold. You just hover at the edge, forever frozen, caught in the slowest moment imaginable. But from your view, you fall, and you keep falling. Time doesn't feel strange to you. It moves as it always has. One breath, one thought, one memory at a time. This is called gravitational time dilation, a concept predicted by Einstein's theory of general relativity and proven through delicate experiments with satellites and atomic clocks. Time, it turns out, is not fixed. It bends in the presence of gravity. And black holes? They don't just bend it. They knead it, stretch it, press it into unfamiliar shapes. If you could hover safely near the edge of a black hole, an impossible feat for many reasons, you could, in theory, age minutes while years pass elsewhere. A future unfolds without you. Empires rise and fall. Stars are born, live and die. And you would still be falling. Inside the event horizon, time becomes even stranger. Some physicists believe it doesn't just slow, it stops. Others think it curves inward, leading everything toward the singularity, where time and space cease to have meaning. It's not just a fall into space, it's a fall into a different kind of time, or maybe a place where time lets go. And as you lie there now, maybe beneath a blanket or beneath the stars, let that idea gently wrap around you. That time is not rigid, that even the universe knows how to pause, how to stretch a moment, how to slow down. So if you're feeling a little sleepy right now, a little untethered, let yourself drift. Maybe, just maybe, time is getting strange here too. The soft horror of spaghettification. It's a real term. Scientists, with all their seriousness and equations, couldn't resist naming it something almost whimsical. Spaghettification. But don't worry. We're not here to spook. We're going to drift gently through the physics. Let's imagine again. You're falling into a black hole, feet first. As you drift downward, something peculiar starts to happen. Gravity, that quiet sculptor of the universe, begins to play a cruel trick. Because gravity near a black hole doesn't behave evenly. It changes fast, rapidly, incredibly so. Your feet, being slightly closer to the black hole than your head, feel a much stronger pull. It's as if you're being gently, then firmly, tugged apart. Not like ripping paper or sudden pain, but like stretching taffy. Gradual, inescapable. Your body begins to elongate. Arms, legs, spine, all drawn out into a long, thin line. You're not crushed. You're unraveled. Scientists call this tidal force, just like the moon pulls at Earth's oceans, only far more intense. Near a black hole, the difference in gravity from one part of your body to the next can grow beyond comprehension. And yet, strangely, peacefully, you might not even feel it. To you, the fall would feel smooth. Time is slowing. Your thoughts are quiet. There's no jerking, no ripping, just a pull, as if you're being guided somewhere. To an outside observer, it's different. They watch you become a thread, thinning, stretching, fading from sight. But inside your experience, it's almost peaceful, and that's what makes it unsettling. It's not a death of violence or sound. It's quiet, almost poetic. It's as if the universe is gently taking you apart, atom by atom, with the same care it used to build stars. Spaghettification might sound terrifying, and yes, from a safe distance it is. But up close, it's oddly calm, because the black hole doesn't rage, it doesn't bite, it just pulls, softly, completely. You're not being destroyed, you're being undone. A thread unwinding into the fabric of space and time. No scream, no pain, just the long, slow hush of everything you were, becoming everything you are not. And in that strange surrender, there's something hauntingly beautiful. So here you are, just beyond the edge. You've crossed the event horizon, quietly, irreversibly. And now we have to ask the question that even physicists speak with a kind of reverence. What's inside a black hole? The truth is, we don't know, not completely, not confidently, not even with all our satellites, our math, our telescopes pressed like eyes against the glass of the universe. But let's imagine. At the very center lies what's called a singularity, a place where the laws of physics no longer apply, where gravity compresses matter into a point of infinite density, a place not of size but of pure intensity. The star that once was is no longer a star. It's become a concept, a paradox. It's not just matter that collapses here. It's rules, logic, time. The singularity is the heart of the black hole, if you can call it that. But don't imagine a glowing orb or a swirling mass. Imagine a place that exists in math more than in space. A point so small we can't see it. So heavy, it bends everything around it. Even the idea of a round. And then there's the event horizon, the shell around the singularity. Once you pass that boundary, you're cut off from light, from sound, from cause and effect. Anything that falls in, stays in. Forever. Or maybe not. Some theories, still just whispers in the halls of physics, suggest something stranger. That the inside isn't a void, but a bridge, a wormhole, a tunnel to somewhere else. Another time. Another universe. Another version of everything. Maybe black holes aren't just endings. Maybe they're shortcuts. Maybe they're births. We don't know what lies inside. Not for sure. But isn't that part of the beauty? The mystery? The way a black hole keeps its secrets, not with traps, but with silence. It's the universe saying, this part, you're not ready for. And in that darkness, our imagination takes flight. Not because we understand, but because we don't. Because black holes don't just challenge physics, they challenge certainty. And as you lie there tonight, with stars above or dreams ahead, let that comfort you. That not everything must be known to be real. Some truths are meant to be wondered about. Quietly, softly, like the pull of a tide that leads you somewhere you've never been. When you think of a black hole, you probably imagine destruction, a hungry void, a space monster. And why wouldn't you? After all, black holes do swallow stars, light, even time itself. They're cosmic predators. But what if I told you that without them, the universe might never have taken shape? Black holes don't just end things, they build. At the center of almost every galaxy, those vast swirling cities of stars, there lies a supermassive black hole, including our own Milky Way, where one rests quietly, about 4 million times more massive than our sun. It doesn't roar or burn, it just is, still and steady, like the center of a spinning top. Galaxies don't just happen to form around black holes, they need them. The black hole's gravity helps organize the chaos, gathering stars, steering their motion, guiding gas and dust into the spiral arms that stretch like galactic fingers across space. They are, in a strange way, the architects of the cosmos. And when these supermassive black holes feed, they don't do it quietly. As gas and matter swirl inward, They form something called an accretion disk, a hot, bright ring of energy. That material gets so compressed and heated that it emits intense light, sometimes visible across the universe. Some even shoot out jets of plasma from their poles, stretching thousands of light years. We call these galaxies active, and from far away, they shine like cosmic beacons. But when they're done feeding, black holes settle back into their quiet state, unseen, unfelt, just waiting. There's a strange kind of wisdom in that, to be so central, so powerful, and yet so still. Maybe there's a lesson for us in that balance. The idea that holding things together doesn't always mean being loud. Sometimes, the strongest forces are the ones that simply endure. So next time you look up and see the stars scattered across the sky, think of that silent anchor at the center of it all. Invisible, patient, eternal. Not a destroyer, but a quiet keeper of the dance. Stars feel eternal, don't they? They twinkle in the night sky like ancient whispers, silent and constant. We grow up with them, wish on them, measure time by their light. They feel dependable, unchanging. But even stars have lifespans, and when the biggest among them reach their end, they don't fade quietly. They collapse. They explode. They become black holes. Let's drift back now, gently, to the beginning, to the birth of a star. It all starts in a nebula, a vast cloud of gas and dust floating in the silence of space. Gravity slowly gathers the particles, pulling them tighter, forming a dense core. And when enough pressure builds, fusion ignites. Hydrogen fuses into helium, releasing light and warmth. A new star is born. For millions, or even billions of years, it lives. Burning, balancing. Gravity tries to pull it inward. Fusion pushes outward. A delicate dance. But eventually, the fuel runs out. The fusion slows, and gravity, no longer opposed, takes over. If the star is small, like our sun, it will expand into a red giant, shed its outer layers, and leave behind a white dwarf, a hot, fading ember in the dark. But if the star is massive, something far more dramatic happens. It implodes. The core collapses inward at unimaginable speed. The outer layers rebound in a massive explosion, a supernova, brighter than an entire galaxy, visible across the universe. And what's left? A black hole, born from fire, forged in collapse, a silent monument to the life that once was. But it's not a tragedy. That supernova spreads elements, carbon, iron, oxygen, across the galaxy. Elements that make up planets, oceans, trees, and you. You are made of star stuff, as Carl Sagan said. But not just starlight. You are made of endings, of collapse, of transformation. You are forged from the dust of ancient deaths. And because of that, every breath you take is part of something older, deeper, and more beautiful than any story ever told. So tonight, as your thoughts begin to slow and sleep begins to settle, remember this. Even the brightest lights must fade. But in their fading, they give birth to everything that follows. In the universe, even death is a kind of creation. Even silence is full of life. We've talked about what black holes are, what they do, what they take, but maybe the most important thing they offer is mystery. Because black holes don't just stretch stars or time, they stretch us. our minds, our curiosity, our questions. They remind us that for all we've learned, all our probes and theories and data, we're still very much in the infancy of understanding the cosmos. And black holes, they sit quietly at the edge of that knowing. Here's something to imagine as you settle deeper into rest. What lies beyond the event horizon? Is it a point, a place, a path? Some say the singularity is just that, a single point, infinitely dense where time stops and space folds in on itself. A place where before and after no longer exist, where all directions lead inward. Others believe it might be something more complex. A bridge, a tunnel, a wormhole connecting one part of the universe to another, or maybe even connecting to another universe entirely. It could be a reset button, a recycling bin for matter and energy, or perhaps a kind of cosmic vault where the secrets of all that's fallen in are kept safe, hidden and inaccessible. The truth is, we don't know, and maybe we never will. And maybe that's okay, because there's a certain comfort in mystery, a peace in letting go of the need to know everything. Some things are meant to be wondered about, not solved, like a poem in a language you can almost understand, like music playing from a room you've never seen. Even our brightest scientists, those who spend their lives chasing particles and equations, sometimes pause at the threshold of a black hole and simply shrug. Not because they don't care, but because they understand that some questions must live unanswered, for now. So as you drift off tonight, let that thought linger with you like stardust, that not everything is meant to be grasped. Some things are meant to be felt, and perhaps the most powerful force in the universe isn't gravity, it's wonder. What if black holes aren't just endings? What if they're doors? It's a thought that lives on the edge of science, too uncertain to be proven, too beautiful to be dismissed. Some scientists quietly wonder, could a black hole be a passage? A tunnel, maybe. A wormhole. A bridge between 2 points in space and time. The idea is simple enough to picture. Imagine folding the universe like a piece of paper, pressing 2 faraway dots together, and punching a hole between them. That hole could be a black hole. And on the other side, some believe it could be a white hole, a theoretical twin that does the opposite of a black hole. It pushes matter out instead of pulling it in, a cosmic exhale to match the black hole's inhale. It's just theory, but theory is how discovery begins. Now take that idea one step further. What if these cosmic tunnels don't just move through space, but through reality? Enter the multiverse theory, the belief that there are other universes, floating beyond ours like bubbles in a great unseen sea. Some might be similar, others entirely strange. Different laws of physics, different histories, different versions of us. And maybe, just maybe, black holes are how we reach them. No one knows for sure. We can't test it. We can't send a probe into a black hole and expect a postcard in return. But imagination doesn't need proof. It needs openness. And black holes invite that openness, that wonder. Maybe you've felt it too, that pull when you stare at the night sky. Not fear, not even curiosity, just longing. A quiet feeling that there's more. Not just out there, but within the folds of reality itself. Maybe black holes are not the universe saying goodbye. Maybe they're it whispering, this isn't the end. So tonight, Let your thoughts wander a little further, past the stars, past the edges of what we know. Let them drift toward the possibility that some doors open inward, some endings are beginnings in disguise, and some black holes are invitations. Black holes don't shine, they don't reflect, they don't whisper. So how do we find them? We listen, not with ears, but with technology. Instruments as sensitive as the questions we're asking. Machines that don't just observe, they feel. Because black holes don't announce themselves. They leave clues, trails, ripples in the quiet fabric of space. For centuries, they were only theory. Mysterious objects that fell out of Einstein's equations, like a secret written in the margins of the universe. Even Einstein himself wasn't sure they were real. But the universe was already full of them. And then, we built the tools to see what had always been hidden. In April of 2019, the world held its breath as an image was revealed. Not sharp, not vivid, but unmistakable. A glowing orange ring, the accretion disk of matter spiraling into nothingness, a shadow at the center. The silhouette of a supermassive black hole in galaxy M87, 55 million light-years away. Captured by the Event Horizon Telescope, a network of radio telescopes around the world, synchronized to form a planet-sized observatory. It was humanity's first true glimpse at an invisible giant. We didn't see the black hole itself, of course. We saw its absence, its shadow, the way it bent light into a quiet halo of fire. And then came the ripples. In 2015, LIGO, a gravitational wave observatory, picked up the faintest tremor, two black holes colliding over 1 billion light-years away. Their death spiral sent a ripple through space-time, like a drop in a cosmic ocean. We heard it, not with ears, but with instruments that could sense the stretching and compressing of reality itself. A tiny signal, 1 billion years in the making. That moment changed everything. It proved that black holes not only exist, they speak. In waves, in bends, in silences too deep for human senses, but not for our reach. So tonight, know this. We are listening to the quietest giants in the cosmos, and slowly they are speaking back, not in words, but in wonder. So here we are, at the edge of everything we've explored. Black holes, silent giants, creatures of collapse and creation, of gravity and grace, and maybe a little like us, because haven't we all held on to something so tightly, it almost pulled us in? A thought, a memory, a fear, a hope so dense, so heavy, it bent the space around our lives. Black holes are made of that. Not emotions, of course, but gravity, the most patient force in the universe. It doesn't push, it doesn't force, it just pulls. Quietly, consistently, always. They don't chase stars. They wait. They draw things in, not out of malice, but because of what they are. And maybe in some strange way, that's what makes them beautiful. Because in a universe filled with noise, with light, with chaos, black holes are still. They are the spaces between, the pauses, the breaths. They don't shine, but they shape. They hold galaxies together. They bring order to the stars, and they ask for nothing in return. Sometimes the most powerful thing in a room isn't the loudest. It's the one that listens, that absorbs, that just is. And maybe in your own life, there are moments like that too. Moments of quiet strength, of unspoken presence, of invisible influence that holds everything else in place. You don't always have to blaze to matter. You can be the gravity, the calm, the center of something vast. Black holes remind us that not everything bright is good, and not everything dark is bad. Some darkness is sacred, some silence is rich, and some mysteries are meant to be sat with, not solved. So as you rest now, let your thoughts soften. You don't need all the answers. You just need the wonder. Because in the grand unfolding of space and time, the universe doesn't always explain itself. Sometimes, it just invites you to listen. Hey there. Tonight, we're taking a gentle stroll into the vastness of everything, but not with urgency, no rush, just a slow, thoughtful drift. Before there was time, before there were stars, or even the idea of a star, there was a quiet. Not the quiet you find in a room late at night. No, this was deeper. A kind of silence that didn't even know it was silence. Because there was nothing. No air to carry sound. No ears to hear it. Just the void. But within that endless, undisturbed stillness, something strange was waiting. Not like a ticking bomb or a spark caught in a matchbox. More like the feeling you get just before a dream begins. A soft flicker, a gentle suggestion of becoming. And then, from nowhere and from nothing, everything. Tonight, we're going to explore that first breath of the universe. The Big Bang. Not an explosion, not chaos, but an awakening. A calm, slow unfolding of reality. And we'll follow it gently, chapter by chapter, as it stretches and cools, as it learns to form stars, spin planets, and whisper life into dust. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's drifting off with us around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Get cozy, find your breath, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. There's no need to hold on tightly here. We're going to float together through time itself. And now, with your eyes heavy and the stars still waiting to be born, let's go a little deeper. Let's take a breath here, a deep one, and imagine absolutely nothing. Not an empty room, not a quiet beach at night, but a nothing that's deeper than silence. Something that has never heard a sound, never cast a shadow. A nothing that doesn't sit inside space, because there is no space. And not even 1 second of time has ever passed. Just the absence. It's almost impossible to picture. The mind stretches and snaps back like a rubber band, confused and a little frustrated. It wants edges. It wants something. A box to open, a shape to trace, a color to call black. But this kind of nothing, it has no edges, no where, no when. It doesn't even know it's nothing. It simply isn't. Until suddenly, it is. This is the mystery we're standing in front of tonight. The question of what came before the beginning. A question so strange that time itself may not apply to it. Before time? That's like asking what's north of the North Pole. The language breaks. The logic slips. And yet, we still wonder. Some scientists call it the singularity, a state where all laws, all knowns collapse into a single infinitesimal point. No size, no form, just raw potential. Some spiritual traditions call it the void, a womb of pure possibility. Philosophers just sit with it, sometimes quietly, sometimes laughing. Because this question doesn't seek an answer, it seeks awe. And perhaps that's enough. What is nothing, really? Maybe it's like the pause before a piano note, the breath a storyteller takes just before the first word, the hush before dawn breaks through the sky. Maybe it's not a thing, but a readiness, a quiet waiting. The universe curled in on itself, waiting to exhale. And then, something changes. Not a bang, not a boom, but a ripple, a whisper, a decision maybe, a tilt toward yes, the kind of yes that doesn't use sound, just presence. From this formless non-being, time takes its first breath. Space stretches open like a morning yawn. The blank page begins to fill, not with letters or meaning, but with being itself. And just like that, we are on our way. The stage is set, a stage with no wood, no lights, no applause, only potential, only the raw ingredients of everything, beginning their eternal dance. The universe hasn't begun yet in the way we know it, but it's no longer nothing. It's something becoming. And now, with the curtain quietly lifted, we move into the first flicker of time, the first breath of space, and the unfolding of everything. There was no countdown, no fanfare, no booming voice announcing the birth of everything. It just began. In an instant so brief it defies understanding, the universe burst forth, not in a violent crash, but in a smooth, unstoppable expansion. Not like fireworks, but more like a balloon quietly filling with breath. Space itself stretched, and with it, time started ticking. This is what we call the Big Bang. Not a bang like you'd hear on a street corner, but a blooming everywhere, all at once. Picture the surface of a calm lake, and a single raindrop lands. Ripples, gentle, growing, reaching out. Only this ripple wasn't on water. It was on reality itself. And in those first fleeting moments, the universe was tiny, smaller than a speck, and hot, far beyond fire, beyond the heart of any star. So hot, nothing could hold its shape. Particles danced and collided in a cosmic soup, wild and bright, like sparks on a welder's torch. But without the noise, without the danger. Just motion. Newborn motion. As the universe expanded, it cooled, and in that cooling, it began to settle. Time kept flowing forward, and space grew wider, making room for new wonders to form. It's hard to picture, isn't it? A universe that wasn't, now being. But here it was, vast, energetic, and full of possibility. Every atom in your body, every star we'll ever see, every whisper of music or story, it all began here, And now, the universe takes its first careful steps, a child made of light and time. Now the universe is stretching, breathing, learning. No longer a fiery blur, but something beginning to cool, to settle, to become. In these earliest ages, less than a heartbeat after the Big Bang by cosmic standards, things started to take shape. Tiny subatomic particles, those building blocks of everything, began to calm down, to find partners, to form relationships. Protons found electrons, and hydrogen was born. Hydrogen, the simplest, lightest element, became the first whisper of matter. It didn't yet know it would one day become the stuff of stars, or oceans, or the breath you're taking right now. But it waited, and it floated. Everywhere. And then came a soft glow still echoing through the cosmos today. We call it the cosmic microwave background, a faint, warm blanket of light that gently covers the universe. You can't see it with your eyes, but it's there. A memory of the first light, a cosmic nightlight that says, yes, something happened here. If you could hear it, it might hum quietly, like the soft static of a forgotten radio station, tuned just off the edge of time. In this stage, the universe was still very young, fragile, full of potential, but it was learning how to exist, how to breathe in expansion, how to carry energy across the blackness, how to cradle the seeds of stars and galaxies in clouds of gas. So here we are, drifting through an infant cosmos, tiny particles assembling like shy dancers at the start of a slow song. There's no rush. Everything is taking its time. Next, we'll look up at the canvas as it begins to fill. Imagine now the universe as a vast, empty canvas, stretching in every direction, blank but not dull, waiting. And then, slowly, quietly, the first brushstrokes begin to form. Gentle curves, faint spirals, delicate smudges of stardust, a cosmic sketch unfolding in slow motion. This is the time of galaxies being born, the era when gravity, the silent artist, begins its eternal craft. You can't see gravity, you can't touch it, but it works patiently, invisibly, like a sculptor pressing hands into clay you didn't know was moving. It draws together loose clouds of gas, free-floating particles left over from the Big Bang, and with a softness beyond sound, it pulls them into shapes. At first, it's just clumps, quiet gatherings of hydrogen and helium drifting closer, drawn by an unseen whisper. Over millions of years, they press tighter, grow warmer, and take on form. These are the cradles of galaxies. Some galaxies become spirals, graceful, sweeping arms spinning around bright centers, like whirlpools made of light. Others are more chaotic, blobs of stars and gas shaped by ancient collisions. Some look like elongated cigars, some like glowing snowballs. All of them are beautiful. Now picture them from afar, pinwheels of light suspended in the void. Each one glowing, spinning, floating like a firefly, in slow motion. Not dozens, not hundreds, billions, maybe more. And inside each one, stars. Billions of them, maybe trillions. These stars begin to ignite. One by one, scattered through the dark, like candles on the breath of creation. Their light travels outward, timeless and tireless, whispering across the blackness. Some stars burn gently for billions of years, steady and calm, like old friends. Others flare brightly and vanish in magnificent explosions, supernovas. Those bursts don't end things, they begin them. From their violence come the elements of everything: iron for blood, calcium for bones, carbon for life. In this quiet ballet, the universe is creating not just beauty, but ingredients, the ink for later chapters, the seeds for planets, oceans, trees, for thought, for you. And while all this unfolds, the galaxies don't rush. They spin slowly, content to let time do what it does best: pass. Some drift alone. Others come close and dance, sometimes merging into new forms. The sky is not static. It evolves, paints, erases, and repaints over millions of years. And in one ordinary spiral galaxy, nothing too grand by cosmic standards, something unusual is beginning. In a quiet arm, far from the bright center, a small star has just lit up. Around it, a swirl of dust is beginning to settle. Something is taking shape. A sphere. A planet. It's not the first planet, not the biggest, not the brightest. But it will be a place of oceans and mountains, of breath and bone, of questions and quiet dreams. Earth. But for now, we remain here, still floating above it all, watching the universe sketch itself one star at a time. No urgency, no ticking clock, just the infinite, doing what it does best, becoming. Now, we drift toward the edge of a quiet galaxy, the Milky Way. It's nothing flashy, not the biggest or brightest, but it has a soft elegance, a spiral turning slowly in the dark, with arms made of stars. And tucked into one of those arms, far from the chaotic center, something small begins to take shape. A star is born, our sun. It flickers to life like a candle in the void. Around it, a disk of dust and gas swirls. Over millions of years, particles bump and cling, dance and merge. They gather, grow, collide. And from that gentle chaos, a planet is formed. Earth. Not with a roar, but with a hush. A rocky sphere, spinning slowly, wrapped in young storms and volcanic fire. It doesn't look like home yet. No oceans, no forests, no blue skies. Just the raw materials of potential. But then rain. Endless, relentless rain. For centuries it falls, carving valleys, filling basins, cooling the land. Until one day it rests. And what's left behind is blue. Oceans shimmer. Clouds drift. The surface breathes. Earth has found its rhythm. And from this rhythm, life begins. First in the sea with tiny drifting cells, then creatures with eyes to see, with fins to swim, and legs to crawl. The story unfolds slowly, but surely. Coral reefs bloom, forests rise, dinosaurs thunder, mammals wander, and eventually, us, you. A whisper of thought in a body of stardust, looking up at the sky and wondering, how? From dust to breath, from silence to story. Now we find ourselves here, on this quiet little sphere, wrapped in clouds, surrounded by stars. And the question rises, slowly, softly, like smoke curling upward from a late-night campfire. Are we alone? It's a question older than pyramids, older than cities, maybe older than language itself. Something deep within us, curious, aching, hopeful, wants to know. Out there, in the grand, glittering stretch of everything. Is anyone else looking back? The universe is wide. So wide it slips through thought like water through fingers. It's not just big, it's layered, folded, infinite in directions we barely understand. Galaxies beyond count, stars without number, and around those stars, billions, perhaps trillions of planets. Each one turning slowly in the dark, circling suns we'll never feel. Some of those planets are too close, boiling under constant daylight. Others too far, frozen beneath endless nights. But some rest in just the right spot. We call it the Goldilocks zone. Not too hot, not too cold. A gentle balance. The narrow band where water might flow, where chemistry might stir, where life, in whatever strange or beautiful form it takes, might blink awake and wonder about us too. So we look. We build machines to listen. Great ears pointed toward the sky. We tune into faint signals, scan for whispers in radio waves. We launch golden records into the void. Songs, greetings, fragments of our world, just in case someone out there has ears to hear. And yet, the stars do not reply. Only light comes back. Light and silence. But silence isn't the same as emptiness. Maybe the universe is still dreaming. Maybe it's waiting. Or maybe it's listening too. We like to imagine aliens, green, tall, insect-like, or oddly human. But perhaps life out there is nothing like us. Maybe it floats. Maybe it sings in frequencies we can't hear. Maybe it thinks in colors, or communicates through magnetic fields. Or maybe it's still forming, like Earth once was. A newborn world under a pink sky, still cooling from its creation. And if we are alone, then what a miracle that is. One tiny planet, one quiet voice, a singular note in the symphony of space carrying not noise but consciousness, the ability to look outward and inward, to wonder. We are a whisper, a breath of stardust that learned to ask questions. But maybe we're not alone. Maybe we're part of something still unfolding, like stars stitching galaxies, or rivers carving new paths. Maybe intelligence isn't rare. Maybe it's shy. Maybe it's watching us with the same aching hope. Either way, the question is what matters. It stretches across generations. It links scientists and poets, children and dreamers. It makes the sky feel close, even when it's infinite. And in the long silence, we are still listening. We listen with hope, with curiosity, with love. Next, we step into the great mystery of what's to come. Every story has a beginning. But what about endings? The universe, like everything else, has its own future. And though it stretches out far beyond any calendar, we can still wonder, what comes next? One idea says the universe will keep expanding forever. Galaxies will drift apart, stars will burn out, and space will grow colder. Quiet, empty. Like the echo of a lullaby long faded, another possibility, Everything might one day slow, stop, and fall back inward. A reversal. A great cosmic inhale called the Big Crunch. Matter folding in on itself. Time rewinding, perhaps. Could it be another beginning? And then there's the strange concept of the Big Rip. Not so much an ending as an unraveling. Space stretching so far, so fast, that even atoms are torn apart. The quietest of destructions. A soft goodbye written across the sky. But here's the thing. We don't know, not really. The universe doesn't hand out blueprints. It gives us clues, then invites us to wonder. So maybe, just maybe, the end is not a wall, but a door. Not a silence, but a pause before another kind of song. Perhaps there are many universes, like bubbles in some infinite bath. And when one fades, another begins. Not a death, but a transformation. Not a goodbye, but a see you somewhere else. In this grand cosmic tale, finality may be just another chapter title. And as we rest under the stars, it's comforting to know that even the end might be a beginning in disguise. And now here we are, at the end of our quiet voyage through everything. We've drifted from the silence before time, through the first breath of the universe, past the birth of stars and the rise of life, all the way to the gentle speculation of what might come after the last spark fades. And through it all, one truth lingers like the soft glow of a fading sunset. You are a part of this, not separate, not merely watching. You are made of the same stuff that lit the first stars, the calcium in your bones, the iron in your blood, the oxygen in your lungs. They all come from stars that lived and died before Earth even formed. You are, in every quiet and marvelous way, the universe becoming aware of itself. So tonight, as you lay back, tucked beneath a roof or sky or somewhere in between, imagine the stars above you not as distant fires, but as relatives, as old friends, as tiny lanterns marking the path home. There's no need to solve everything. No need to grasp every concept or chase down every mystery. The beauty isn't in knowing. It's in the wonder. Let it lull you. Let it soothe you. Let it remind you that you're safe. You're small in the best way, and you're never truly alone. So close your eyes, breathe deeply, and rest easy beneath the stars. The universe is vast, and tonight, it watches over you. Good night. Hey friend, tonight, we're leaving behind the familiar, beyond the hum of streetlights, past the hush of the moonlit sky, even farther than the last whisper of Saturn's rings. We're going home, but not in the way you might expect. We're setting out on a quiet voyage through the Milky Way, the galaxy that raised us, holds us, and cradles us like stardust in a spiral. Not to explore, not to map, but just to drift, to float softly through the arms of light and silence that surround our little blue world. What is the Milky Way, really? Where do we live within it? And how does it feel to let go of time and simply wander through the dark? Before we begin this slow cosmic journey, feel free to tap that like button, but only if this quiet little corner of the universe feels like a place you'd like to visit again. And in the comments, tell me, what time is it where you are? And what corner of this spinning world are you listening from tonight? Also, let me know, would you prefer gentle rain, peaceful ambient sounds, Or should we just keep the crackle of the fire? I want this space to feel just right for you. Now's the time to settle in. Dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft, steady hum. Pull the blankets up just right. Let your breath slow, your thoughts soften, and your body begin to float. And with that, let's begin. You're lying on Earth, this little blue marble, wrapped in atmosphere and oceans. But when we zoom out, far, far out, we find that we're nestled inside something much bigger. The Milky Way galaxy. Picture a flat, spiraling disk of stars, gas, and dark matter, more than 100,000 light-years across. That's where we live. Not in the center, not on the edge, but tucked quietly in one of its spiral arms, the Orion Arm, a modest little corner of a sprawling celestial swirl. If the galaxy were a city, Earth would be a cozy apartment in the suburbs. Not much noise, not too much light, just enough to see your neighbors and wonder what their lives are like. Out here, things move slowly. Stars drift. Light takes years to go from one point to another. Everything is patient. And yet, even from our quiet spot, we are part of a grand dance. The entire solar system, including you, your bed, your cat, if it's snoozing nearby, is hurtling around the galaxy at over 500,000 miles per hour. It doesn't feel like it, though. Space has a way of being both impossibly fast and incredibly still. You might look up at the night sky and see just a few dozen stars on a clear night, maybe 100 if the sky is really dark. But that's just a keyhole view into a sea of light. The Milky Way contains over 100 billion stars, maybe even more, each one with its own story, its own quiet glow, its own tiny gravitational pull. And among all those stars, most have planets. Some like ours, many not. Some too hot, some too cold. And maybe, just maybe, some with someone else, also looking up, also wondering. Our sun, for instance, is nothing special in galactic terms. A middle-aged star, not too bright, not too dim. A kind of cosmic average Joe. And yet, around it orbits a symphony of worlds, including the one where your pillow lives, the one where you're listening to this right now. Earth isn't at the center of anything. Not the solar system, not the galaxy, not even the universe. And yet, in its smallness, there's something profoundly beautiful. We're part of a structure so vast, so ancient, it can cradle billions of stories without ever rushing a single one. Imagine drifting through the galaxy, not with engines, not with sound, but like a leaf on a breeze. No hurry, no need to arrive anywhere, just the hush of starlight brushing softly across the canvas of space. This is where we live, not just Earth, but here, in this spiral swirl of dust and stars and slow, endless motion. You are not lost in space. You are placed, quietly, gently, cradled in starlight. Let's take a gentle walk now, along the Milky Way's spiral arms. They're not roads exactly, but more like glowing ribbons, gently swirling around the galactic center. The Perseus Arm, the Scutum Centaurus Arm. Each one curves outward in graceful arcs, sweeping vast distances through space. These arms aren't solid. They're made of stars, gas, dust, and darkness. Cosmic neighborhoods slowly spinning, shaped by invisible hands. Some regions shine brightly, filled with young, energetic stars, still burning with the light of their recent birth. Others are dimmer, cooler, more subdued, like old suburbs where the lights have been turned down low. And in between those bright arms lie dark lanes, clouds of interstellar dust that look like smudges across the night sky. These aren't empty, they're just quiet, hidden, like a curtain drawn over a nursery before dawn. Imagine floating. No up, no down. Just you, surrounded by a quiet sea of stars, some of them young and blue, flickering like candlelight in a gust. Others older, redder, glowing with the heavy calm of age. Some are alone. Some travel in clusters. Families of light, gently pulled along by gravity. There's no wind, no noise, just the distant shimmer of light on the move. Sometimes, drifting along, we pass a nebula, a place where stars are born. These nebulae are breathtaking, swirling clouds of gas and dust, lit from within by newborn suns. They look like watercolors caught mid-swirl, pinks, blues, violets, and they're enormous, so vast that light takes years to cross them. Yet here, in this imagined voyage, they pass by like delicate ink blots in the cosmos. Pause with me and watch one of those clouds breathe. Not literally, of course, but it pulses in its own way. As gravity pulls matter inward, pressure builds, heat builds, and then a spark. A new star ignites, and for the first time, its light begins a journey that may take thousands, even millions of years to reach a pair of eyes. Light in, light out. All around us, the spiral arms shift and stretch. They don't spin like a wheel. They're more like traffic jams of stars, bunching up and spreading out. Stars don't stay fixed in them forever. They wander in and out, like commuters in a galaxy-sized flow of movement. It's peaceful, but it's never still. And if you were to close your eyes now and imagine the quiet hush of light moving through space, that's where we are, in between suns, drifting alongside photons older than human memory, in a galaxy that glows like a pinwheel, slowly, patiently, endlessly, and still, everything stays silent. Eventually, we drift toward the center. Things are denser here, brighter, busier, like approaching the heart of a glowing city at night. From afar, the galactic core glimmers, packed tight with stars that shine a little harder, burn a little closer, live a little faster. The space between them shrinks. What once was silence becomes a soft, humming density of light and motion. It's beautiful, but not like the calm of the spiral arms. This beauty is intense, electric, like standing beneath a sky on the verge of a storm. You don't see chaos, but you feel something ancient pressing against the seams of space. At the very center lies something we can't see. A presence. Not a glowing star or a flickering planet, but a kind of void that isn't empty. A supermassive black hole. Sagittarius A. It doesn't announce itself, it doesn't shine, but it bends everything around it. Light curves, time stretches, space folds gently inward, like the galaxy exhaling into itself. And yet, somehow, it's quiet. Stars near the core move like dancers in a cosmic whirlpool, trapped in orbits so fast, they complete loops in just a few years. Imagine that. Stars, each millions of times larger than Earth, slinging around an invisible center, faster than any world you've ever known. But from a distance, all of that motion looks still, smooth, polished, like a music box slowly turning, its melody too low for human ears. This place, it's the eye of a cosmic storm. Calm, not because nothing is happening, but because everything is happening in perfect tension. Gravity pulls, light escapes as much as it can, stars rise and fall in their orbits, and through it all, the black hole waits, not feeding, not hunting, just being. It's the anchor of our galaxy. Without it, the spiral arms wouldn't swirl, the stars wouldn't cluster. The whole Milky Way might drift apart, like fog blown by wind. But with it, there's a center, a balance, a focus. And we too are tied to it. Even from our quiet spot in the Orion Arm, we orbit this core. Once every 230 million years, our solar system completes a single lap. That's one galactic year, one circle through the city of stars. We've done it only once since dinosaurs walked the Earth, and we're not even halfway through our second lap. It's humbling, isn't it? To know that our whole solar system is just one traveler, circling a center we'll never touch, like a leaf in an unseen tide, like a memory moving through space. And yet, it's peaceful here. The stars may burn faster, gravity may bend more steeply, but the quiet remains, deep and soft, like a heartbeat beneath layers of light. So here we float, near the middle of everything, not to conquer or escape, but to simply be, quiet, watching, drifting. Let's pause here a moment, to admire the quiet details. The Milky Way isn't just stars. It's filled with clouds, not fluffy, rainy clouds like Earth's, but vast stretches of dust and gas. Silent, drifting, painting the dark with soft outlines. These are the spaces in between, the gentle spaces, the background of everything. They stretch like smoke through the galaxy, faint and enormous, delicate and powerful all at once. They don't shine, at least not always. Some are dark, blocking light, hiding stars behind a curtain of interstellar shadow. Others glow softly when nearby stars illuminate them, like fog touched by headlights. We call them nebulae, but really, they're stories in progress. Some of these clouds are stellar nurseries, places where stars are born. Gravity, slow and quiet, begins to pull particles together. The gas thickens, condenses. At first, there's nothing but drifting potential. Then pressure builds, heat stirs, and eventually, a spark. A newborn star flickers into existence. It's not sudden, not loud. Imagine lighting a candle in slow motion, in a room where time flows like honey. That's how a star begins, and around it, new planets may form, little disks of dust gathering together, pebbles sticking, clumps forming, orbits arranging. It's messy, it's ancient. It's how Earth began. Not with fire and fury, but with silence and dust. And when stars die, they don't vanish. Not really. Some collapse gently into white dwarfs, faint, slowly cooling embers of their former selves. Others go out with a bang, shedding their outer layers in a blaze of color and force. Supernovae. Brief, brilliant events that scatter heavy elements, iron, gold, oxygen, into space. That dust doesn't disappear either. It drifts, it joins the clouds, and one day it becomes part of a new star, a new planet, maybe even a new life. The galaxy is always recycling, always changing, without a sound. Even now, as we imagine floating past these clouds, We're surrounded by the echoes of ancient stars, by particles that have lived a dozen lives and will live a dozen more. Some of the atoms in your body, right now, came from a star that exploded long before Earth was born. You're not just made of stardust. You're part of the story. One breath in a cycle of light and dark, of beginnings and endings and everything in between. And the light, oh, the light. Some of it has been traveling for tens of thousands of years just to meet your eyes. It crossed dust fields and silence, past stars and shadows, bent slightly by gravity, unchanged by time, until now, until here. That's the thing about the Milky Way. It's not just a place. It's a motion, a process, a deep cosmic breath that never ends. And in that breath are clouds, dust, and light. Now we rise, slowly, up and away from the disk. The spiral arms fade beneath us. Their glowing ribbons grow thinner, more distant, like city lights seen from an airplane window. The stars become fewer. The light grows dimmer, and what surrounds us now is something different. Silence. We've entered the galactic halo, a vast, invisible bubble that envelops the Milky Way. It's not empty, but it feels that way. Sparse stars drift here, like forgotten notes in the margin of a cosmic manuscript. Globular clusters, spherical gatherings of ancient stars, hover in the dark, slowly orbiting the galactic center like elder sentinels. Some are more than 12 billion years old. They were here before the arms formed, before Earth was even a whisper of dust. Out here, time feels different, slower. The light from these stars is faint, like embers clinging to life. And yet, they shine still, quiet, patient, steady. The halo also holds something we cannot see. Dark matter. It's invisible, untouchable, but it shapes everything. We know it's there because of the way galaxies spin, the way stars cling to the Milky Way's edges, when, by all rights, they should fly off into the void. Dark matter is the silent scaffolding of the cosmos, and though we don't know what it is, it holds our galaxy together, like a gentle hand beneath a fragile shell. But let's drift even farther now, beyond the halo, beyond the reach of most stars. Out here, between the galaxies, lies the intergalactic void. It's not hostile. It's not dangerous. It's just empty. No stars, no clouds, just occasional whispers of hydrogen gas and the faint echo of the cosmic microwave background, a soft afterglow from the universe's first light. You can't hear it, but it's there. A hum so ancient it sings from the dawn of everything. This void isn't a mistake. It's a space of rest, of pause, of stillness so complete that time seems to hesitate. Out here, you could float forever and never see another star. And yet, your motion would never stop. You'd still be moving, because everything, everywhere drifts, gently, quietly. We often think of the void as a lonely place, but maybe it's not loneliness. Maybe it's clarity. A vastness so pure, it invites reflection. A silence so deep, it becomes music. And if you listen long enough, you might feel it. That hush, that vast cosmic breath that moves not with sound, but with presence. This is the edge of the Milky Way, the boundary between home and the great unknown. And while we're still part of it, we're also on the cusp of something larger. The stars grow dim behind us. The arms become threads. The galactic center fades into a dot of memory, and ahead, just the quiet, stretching forever, waiting. So here we are, floating at the edge of the Milky Way. And though it feels vast, endless even, our galaxy is not alone. Look out now into the darkness, and very slowly, you'll begin to notice them. Little smudges of light, not stars, not clouds, but entire galaxies, billions of them. But let's stay close for now. Just our local neighborhood, our cosmic family. The Milky Way belongs to a group, a small gathering of galaxies gently bound together by gravity. It's called the local group. Think of it as a quiet suburb in a universe of cities. Within this group, our closest companion is the Andromeda Galaxy. M31, if you're being technical. It's bigger than us, broader, more populated, glowing with about 1 trillion stars. And if you could look at it with your own eyes, really look, you'd see a gentle spiral, tilted just so, its arms stretching out like soft brushstrokes in the sky. But here's the strange part. We're getting closer. Slowly, inevitably, Andromeda and the Milky Way are on a collision course. Not fast, not violent, just the slow waltz of gravity across billions of years. In about 4.5 billion years, long after Earth has quieted, these two galaxies will merge. Their stars won't crash. There's too much space between them, but their shapes will stretch, fold, swirl, until they become one. A new galaxy, a new shape, a new home. And we won't be alone in that dance. Other members of the local group will watch. Some might join in. The Triangulum Galaxy, a smaller spiral nearby, is already leaning in, its motions whispering interest. Then there are the dwarf galaxies, tiny companions like the large and small Magellanic Clouds, hazy, irregular galaxies that orbit us like quiet cousins at a family gathering. They too are made of stars, of dust, of time, and perhaps of stories we'll never know. These galaxies may seem distant, but they are the closest kin we have in the universe. And when you look up on a very clear night, away from the city, with no moon, you might just catch a faint blur of Andromeda with your naked eye. It's the farthest thing your eyes will ever see without help. 2.5 million light-years away. The light you're seeing left before humans ever wrote a single word. And there it is now, still arriving, still whispering hello. So even here, in the cosmic outskirts, we are not alone. We're part of a gathering, a cluster of light and motion and quiet gravitational bonds. It's comforting in a way, because even galaxies have families. It's time to come home now. We've drifted far, through spiral arms, across glowing clouds, past ancient stars and the quiet edges of the galaxy. We've felt the breath of nebulae, the stillness of dark matter, and the slow heartbeat of the galactic core. But now, let's return. Slowly, gently, we begin our descent. The spiral arms grow brighter again. Stars gather. Familiar clusters twinkle like long-lost friends waving from afar. We pass them, one by one, until the Orion Arm returns, our little corner of the Milky Way, like slipping back into your own bed after a long trip. And there it is, the sun. Just one star among billions, but to us, it's everything. Warm, steady, familiar. Its light carries the glow of morning, of comfort, of continuity. It's not the biggest, not the brightest, but it's ours. Orbiting it, a scatter of planets. Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, all swirling in their majestic rhythm. And then, closer now, Earth. A speck from this distance. Fragile, blue, quiet. But as we approach, details emerge. Clouds swirl over oceans. Mountains rise in silent dignity. Forests breathe beneath star-kissed skies. Cities glow softly in the night, like constellations drawn across continents. And somewhere in one of those glows is you, lying still, listening, breathing. It's easy to forget sometimes just how extraordinary it is to be here, on this rock, orbiting this star, in this galaxy, but you are part of it. Not just watching the universe, but within it, made of it. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, the carbon in every breath. These were born in stars, forged in supernovae, spread across space like seeds. And now, they make up you. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are its expression. A quiet thought drifting across the void, a fleeting reflection of starlight, a heartbeat that echoes in the silence. As you settle back now, perhaps with eyes gently closed, remember this. The universe doesn't rush, and neither do you. There is time for wonder, for rest, for simply being. So let go of the weight of the day. Let the quiet of the galaxy wrap around you like a blanket. Let your thoughts drift like dust through the Milky Way. You are safe. You are home. And the stars, they're still out there, watching, waiting, whispering lullabies written in light. And maybe, just maybe, they're listening too. If you're still listening and haven't already drifted off or clicked away into some other corner of the internet, thank you. Really. It means a lot that you've joined me on this quiet journey. I hope it brought you some peace, or at least a soft place for your thoughts to land tonight. And if you find yourself dreaming about nebulae, or black holes, or just wondering why the stars feel so far and yet so close, don't be shy. Leave me a comment. I'd love to know what questions are still floating through your mind. No more questions now. Just stars above and behind us, like tiny whispers stitched into a blanket of night. Quiet. Distant. Watching. You are floating. Not falling. Not flying. Just being. Weightless. Effortless. Suspended in the hush. Below you, a slow swirl of galaxies spins in silence. Light years of wonder painted in broad cosmic strokes. Nebulae glow like lanterns, shifting softly in hues of rose and gold, blue and green, like watercolor drifting in zero gravity. You drift past them, not quickly, not slowly, just at the rhythm of thought, of breath. Further still, the black holes. They aren't monsters now, not mysteries, just companions of the dark, resting, waiting, perfectly still. One hovers in the distance, quiet and serene, a perfect sphere of night, framed by a halo of glowing gas, golden light spiraling like the edge of a dream. It doesn't pull, it doesn't threaten, it just is. Time feels different here. Not gone, just softer, like it's curled up, taking a nap with you. The seconds don't tick, they sigh, and you find yourself slowing too. There are no clocks here, no calendars, no expectations. Just rhythm, breath, orbit. You are surrounded by stillness, not the empty kind, the full kind, the kind that holds meaning without needing to speak it. And in that stillness, a quiet truth settles in. You are small, yes, but never insignificant. You are part of this, not just watching the stars. You are made of them, thought and dust and possibility. There's nothing left to do, no need to understand, just float. Let the hush of the cosmos carry you. Let the velvet dark fold around you like the universe is tucking you in. You are safe here. The giants are watching. The silence is singing. And now, it's time to rest. Good night. If you're still here, still listening, still floating somewhere in this sea of stars, thank you. Truly. It means more than you know. Because in a world full of noise, of urgency, of never-ending scrolls and glowing screens, choosing to sit in silence, to be curious, to listen all the way through a quiet story about cosmic shadows, that's something special. And if you've drifted off already, that's okay too. That's what this space is for. To rest, to wonder, to pause between the moments of the day and let your mind go weightless for a while. But if you're still awake, still gently hovering here with me, I want to say this. I appreciate you. You've just taken a journey through some of the strangest, most beautiful ideas our universe has to offer. Ideas that have baffled scientists and inspired poets. Concepts that lie at the intersection of mystery and math. And you made it. So if there are questions you still carry, questions about space, about time, about the strange and infinite world we're part of, leave them in the comments. What keeps you up at night? What would you like to hear whispered to you next? Because this channel, this quiet little corner of the cosmos, is a place where those questions matter, where curiosity gets to stretch out and breathe, where we explore not to solve everything, but to feel a little less alone while wondering. Want to know what dark matter is, or how time might end, or whether the universe is infinite, or just pretending to be? Tell me. And maybe, together, we'll turn your question into a soft, starlit answer you can fall asleep to. So thank you again for being here, for listening, for wondering. The stars are still out there, waiting, and so am I. Until next time, rest well, dream deeper, and keep asking. And for those of you still with me, eyes maybe half closed, but ears wide open, this last little chapter is just for you, because sometimes the wonder doesn't stop when the story ends. So here are a few more fascinating black hole facts we might not have mentioned earlier. Quiet little cosmic secrets, perfect for late-night thoughts. Did you know that black holes can spin? Not just a little. Some of them spin at nearly the speed of light. That rotation can twist space itself into a spiral. It's called frame dragging. And if you got close enough, you'd be caught in that swirl, your path curving whether you wanted it to or not. And there's a special kind of black hole called a Kerr black hole, named after the scientist who described it. It doesn't just pull you in. It could, in theory, let you orbit inside a strange loop of space and time. Not forever, but for a while. Just long enough to make physicists very nervous. And how about this? Black holes can evaporate. Yes, according to Stephen Hawking, they slowly leak energy over time through something called Hawking radiation. It's slow, almost impossibly slow, but eventually, over trillions of years, even the largest black holes might fade away, like embers going cold in the dark. And one more. There might be tiny black holes, no bigger than atoms, left over from the Big Bang. We haven't found them yet, but if they exist, they could be floating through space, passing right through Earth, unnoticed. Imagine that. A black hole, the size of a grain of sand, drifting through your bedroom wall at night. Quiet, harmless, hidden in the fabric of the cosmos. These are the kinds of mysteries that don't need loud answers. They just need a quiet moment, like this one. So if your curiosity is still glowing, let it. Don't blow it out. Let it flicker with the stars a little longer. And when you're ready, let sleep take over. The universe will still be here in the morning. No more questions now. Just stars above and behind us, like tiny whispers stitched into a blanket of night. Quiet. Distant. Watching. You are floating. Not falling. Not flying. Just being. Weightless. Effortless. Suspended in the hush. Below you, a slow swirl of galaxies spins in silence. Light years of wonder painted in broad cosmic strokes. Nebulae glow like lanterns, shifting softly in hues of rose and gold, blue and green, like watercolor drifting in zero gravity. You drift past them, not quickly, not slowly, just at the rhythm of thought, of breath. Further still, the black holes. They aren't monsters now, not mysteries, just companions of the dark, resting, waiting, perfectly still. One hovers in the distance, quiet and serene, a perfect sphere of night, framed by a halo of glowing gas, golden light spiraling like the edge of a dream. It doesn't pull, it doesn't threaten, it just is. Time feels different here. Not gone, just softer, like it's curled up taking a nap with you. The seconds don't tick, they sigh, and you find yourself slowing too. There are no clocks here, no calendars, no expectations. Just rhythm, breath, orbit. You are surrounded by stillness, not the empty kind, the full kind. The kind that holds meaning without needing to speak it. And in that stillness, a quiet truth settles in. You are small, yes, but never insignificant. You are part of this, not just watching the stars. You are made of them. Thought and dust and possibility. There's nothing left to do. No need to understand. Just float. Let the hush of the cosmos carry you. Let the velvet dark fold around you like the universe is tucking you in. You are safe here. The giants are watching. The silence is singing. And now, it's time to rest. Good night.